Good evening, everyone. It is 5:31, and we're ready to begin our board meeting for today. I'll call this meeting to order. Roll call, Ms. Rhonda. Here.
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 Here. Present.
Thank you. We will have our invocation and flag salute by the Academy.
Just pick one of the microphones.
This is Jemima Walker. She's going to lead us through our pledge. And then I'm going to
Mr. Williams, could you grab the mic or give her the mic or just repeat that for us, please?
This is Jemima Walker. She's going to lead us through our pledge, and then I'll have a word of prayer.
I'm a little rusty. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job.
Great job. So let's have a word of prayer. So God, we thank you for tonight. Thank you for this opportunity to come and review what we're doing here in the North Park School District. We thank you for faithful leadership right now. And we pray, God, that we would do the best that we can every day for our children to be 1% better. In Jesus' name we pray. Thank God. Amen.
And what did our scholar, what was their name again?
Walker.
Ms. Walker, did you have parents here with you? All righty. Thank you. We are down to our vision, mission, and more in our purpose, and I'm yielding to my left to start us out.
Vision statement, our community, our schools, where your future begins.
Mission statement, the North Little Rock School District will prepare all students for their future by offering a well-rounded, rigorous, relevant, and innovative education that allows each child to achieve their full potential in a safe, supportive learning environment to be future ready.
As a community, our moral purpose is that all children will have a quality teacher, have a high-quality leader, and a supportive learning environment. We will not allow an achievement gap in the North Little Rock School District.
Thank you. Where's public comments? Okay, I was just looking for public comments. All right. We're down to presentations. Recognition of people, events, and programs.
So we'll welcome Mr. Williams, who's the director of the North Little Rock Academy. So, Mr. Williams, you want to come forward and present your students for your student presentation? Yep, it's right there. The clicker's right there, Mr. Williams. Clicker's right there. Ms. Robbins.
So we're back again. We are here to represent the North Little Rock Academy. Our school serves students grade 6 through 12, and our responsibility is to help kids who have gotten off track to get back on track and get you back to the regular school or on track to graduate. We actually are representing two programs that we have at the Academy tonight. One is our alternative educational program, and the other one is a program that we call Fusion. We started Fusion last April, and we're moving kids toward graduation on a daily basis. So let's talk about North Little Rock Academy as we look at it tonight. We are working towards helping kids behaviorally.
Excuse me, Mr. Williams, can you pull the mic a little closer to you so the people that's on air can hear you?
You're probably the first person that ever told a pastor, a Baptist pastor, that he needs to get the mic closer.
It's always the first.
So we work with the whole child, the whole family, actually, to try to do everything that we can to help families to be successful. We do home visits, whatever it takes, help kids get a job. We're helping families with food. We're doing whatever we can to meet the need of the whole family, because we know that if you don't meet the family need, then you won't ever get to education. And so we're working diligently with our students to do that. We also tell them what they need to do to get back on track, to get back to the regular school. We have several different programs within the alternative educational program. We have a traditional educational program, or alternative ed, where you come 5 days a week. We have a blended program where you come 2 days a week, and you have them 3 days a week. And so we are working toward making sure we meet whatever need our kids have, because a lot of them are working, they have jobs, and trying to take care of their family. And so we're doing all we can to help them. The primary thing at Northwest Academy is that we're trying to make sure the kids understand that they're safe, because safety is number one. We have a mentor program where our staff members work with our kids to try to help them stay on track, increase their attendance rate. We have a JAG program that works, of course, with checking on kids for work, and then we have what we call a hybrid flex program. This is just a picture of our staff who are excited about working with the best kids in the North Little Rock School District. Okay. We always say that we're moving kids, and we also say that it's easier to move kids who are not there yet than to move kids who are already there. And so a lot of our kids come, they're not there yet, but we get them there on a daily basis. That's our goal. We also had this exciting opportunity looking across campus. Our custodian received Custodian of the Year award, and so we highlighted him, because we try to highlight everybody in the building who's doing great things. We had the opportunity to go to Glenview Elementary and took our kids over there to read to the elementary kids. They loved that, and the elementary kids loved it as well. You'll see me in this bluish gray suit that's looking good there, standing behind that student, standing with that student. His name is Jalen. He scored a 4 on the science part of Atlas, and so we wanted to highlight him.
Wow.
He did a great job.
That's great.
Well, we also recognize that kids, oftentimes when they get to an alternative school, they miss out on the opportunity that to have fun. They also miss out on the opportunity to celebrate what high school should be about. And so you'll see in the bottom left for you and bottom right for me, our student, we had a homecoming gathering, and we had homecoming queen and king, and those students came with their parents, and that's what our king and queen pattern right there. They did a great job with that. Then on top of that is the graduation. We also have a graduation ceremony at the North Academy because we're taking kids to remind them where you were and where you come from. And then we also have some partners in education. You'll see that we take pictures with our partners. We're doing a guard, and we have the Army come to talk to our kids. You'll see there's a guy there who's from the Sheriff's Department. He was once a student at North Little Rock Academy, and now he's Pulaski County Sheriff. And so we want our kids to know that just because you came through to alternative education, it's not your stopping place, it's your growing place. We also had the barbershop to come and cut our kids' hair free, and never had so many kids get a haircut on the same day. But it was great. It was wonderful. So we're doing those things as well. And then we'll bring personal celebrity in to talk with our kids. We're working on a guy that is from the city who did 18 years in prison for drinking and driving and having a wreck. And he came out of prison. Now he's the Employee of the Year for the Little Rock City Department. And so he's going to come out and talk to our kids as well. Okay. This is our fusion program. Now, I need to apologize for those rolls in the back of my neck. I didn't know that they were going to take that picture, but, it is there.
Maybe I shouldn't have told you to get closer to the mic.
No.
Now we know.
Mrs. Tillwell, who is our leader for our fusion program. She is actually a professional at the North Academy, but she's so talented that we put her on the fusion program, and she's just going to spend about a minute or so and talk about fusion, if you will.
I have about 19 students in fusion. They're getting back on track. Some of them have dropped out and chose to come back. They come 2 days a week for 4 hours. I have 3 that's graduating this year. Unfortunately, they couldn't come because they work. I make sure weekly and regularly to make sure that they are working, make sure that they are on track. I make sure I work with the counselor, make sure that their transcripts are up to date, make sure their credits are up to date. Anytime they finish a course, I automatically give it to the counselor so they get their credits. And I had 3 graduate last year. I have 3 that's going to graduate this year. I'm super excited. Fusion is like my baby. My students love it. When I'm in the hallways, I have students, Miss Tillwell, how do I get in Fusion? Miss Tillwell, what do I need to do to qualify for Fusion? And I'm like, we have to talk to Mr. Williams, but they love it. I love it. It's been working very, very well. We provide transportation for them so that they don't have to worry about getting there because it's only 2 days a week and it's from 9:30 to 1:30. We're separate in the building, so they have their own space. We eat lunch and bathroom breaks different from the academy, so they have their own space. They're comfortable. They come in, they work. If they need help, if they have any questions, I help them with work. I make sure they know about all of the graduation requirements. I make sure that they know about all the graduation activities because we allow them to do the graduation activities. I make sure they have their cap and gowns. So it's a lot, but I love it. They love it, and I'm super excited, and I can't wait for my students to walk across the stage, and I'm eager for next year to see how many I can get across the stage.
Thank you, Ms. Tidwell. We said that was a minute.
I've never heard him talk so much one night.
So we started Fusion in April of last year, and then we had 4 graduates last year, and then we had 3 that are going to be going to be completing this month, and then we're working with the rest of them to do what they need to do. And so that's what we're doing with Fusion. We're just reclaiming students who walked away from the educational process and get them back to get graduated from high school. We have proven success in that record time, again, April of 25, and then to have those, we actually had 4 to graduate, and so we're just really excited about what we're doing with that program as well. So we're providing a well-rounded leadership process. Again, Ms. Tidwell is doing a great job with the Fusion program. We're working with our students on a daily basis, and what we did is that we brought 2 students here tonight who are in the alternative educational program, and we want them to share briefly their experience in alternative school. And now, y'all be nice to my kids because they are nervous, but they are here and they're wonderful. First, we got the wonderful Miss Amina. Yeah, baby, go talk, baby. In the mic.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me today. When I first started the academy in middle school, 8th grade, I was out of control. Couldn't control my anger. I was a loose cannon thinking I had to prove something to others. But as I stand here today as a junior, classified as a senior, preparing for graduation, I realize how much this environment has shaped me into a leader. I had the chance to overturn a positive young lady on and off school grounds because of the opportunities the academy has offered me. I'm leaving this district more confident than when I arrived. I wanted to come here today and say thank you. Sometimes it's easy to focus on the challenges, but as a student who has spent 4 years in the North Little Rock Academy halls, I can say that the support I have received has made a real difference in my life. I want to give a special shout out to Mr. Williams, who has been there for me, the most patient and positive role model, helping me understand it's okay to speak up before reacting without feeling guilty about something. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time and everything you do to make our schools a better place and where students can succeed. Thank y'all.
Ms. Walker. Your name?
My name is Jamaya Walker. I did not prepare a lovely speech like Miss Amina did.
Just speak from your heart.
I just told them that what I was going to do was tell the truth, and this is what I'm going to say. So I haven't been at the academy that long, maybe a year and a half, 2 at the most. And since my beginning or halfway start through the 11th grade year, I can say that they welcomed me with open arms. I didn't feel bad about where I was. I didn't feel guilty. I wasn't rushing to get back to the high school. I never felt like this isn't where I want to be. I didn't feel anything like that. They were always supportive. If I got off track, if I got into trouble, suspended, whatever, they will work with you. They will tell you, well, this is what you need to do, and this is how we're going to help you, because you don't have to do it alone. Miss Scroggins is amazing. I can come to her and talk to her anytime. I'm sorry, I'm nervous.
It's okay.
But just being in the school and seeing how I've grown academically from being in other alternatives and coming straight from a facility, going straight to another alternative school, it'll really show how much a person can develop around the people that they're around. And that goes to show who you hang around and who can support you will really make a difference in your life.
Awesome.
So coming from a family that doesn't really support you as much, or people that won't give you the right amount of support that you need, or even will have the amount of love for you to say, I love you, or I'm proud of you. It's really amazing that they can say it to you every day.
Awesome.
So I really want y'all to know that what they're doing is helping. Sometimes you might not see it from the students that go there because they don't want to leave. They don't want to do better for themselves. But there are kids that want to do better for themselves. They want to get a better education and whatnot. They want to go to the high school. I don't want to go. I don't want to go to the high school. I like where I'm at. I like the amount of support I get. I have social anxiety. I get nervous a lot. I get clammy. So being in a smaller environment, 5 to 10 kids in one class is way better than 30 students in a class. It's too much for me. So being able to say, hey, Miss So-and-so, can I go talk to Mr. Williams? Can I go talk to Miss Scroggins? I feel like this, I feel like that. Yeah, it's okay, go talk to them. And that's what I do. And I can sit down and I can talk to them for an hour and feel amazing about myself.
Awesome.
So
Awesome.
I really love the environment. I love them all around, Mr. Williams, Miss Scroggins, Miss Tidwell. I love all of them. So they're doing an amazing job. I academically am doing amazing. I have 23 and a half credits, and I currently only have 2 courses that I have to finish to graduate. So I'm doing great, and just it's crazy how just a year ago or 2 years ago I was straight F student. So
Wow.
I'm doing great, and I feel like this is a good opportunity for me, and I feel proud to say I'm graduating with the academy.
Awesome.
Mr. Williams,
And see,
you
we
might
didn't
wanna
bite.
pass the shit on down. We ain't got but one pack in here.
No.
Y'all excuse me here,
That's all right. It's
I love
okay.
these kids,
Don't make me cry.
and I know what my team is doing to help them and to make a difference in their life. And that means something to me, and I appreciate them. We're working with their families, doing what we can to just make a difference. We're not only changing lives, we're saving lives,
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
and I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful to be given that opportunity. Too big to be crying. Y'all excuse me.
That's all right.
Amina's mother is here. Amina's mother is here. Amina's mother, will you please just stay and wait now? All right, I'm gonna let you go because I'm gonna start preaching in a moment. We certainly appreciate it. Thank you for
You can push the mic back now. It's okay.
Mr. Williams, there's one thing I just
Don't
want to
cut
say,
us off.
and I want to say it to both of you. Number one, thank you for telling us your story.
Yes.
And it's not easy to get up in public and tell your story. And I think I can speak on behalf of the entire board and myself. We wouldn't know that you were nervous. You did that so naturally, and we're so very proud of you. You're on the right track. Great job. You want to get a picture, Justin?
I'm trying to draw back tears too. This is rough.
Ms. Willie is part of our security team, so we're sorry, diligently in security team. Want to get her in as well.
You did so good. Proud of you. Now you leave the clinics now. I'm trying.
I know, right?
Good evening, board members and community. We're now down to special recognition. We're going to be recognizing two parents recommended by Ms. Allison Enderlin at Meadow Park Elementary. The two individuals we'll be recognizing are Karen Rounds and Raven Harris. Ms. Enderlin writes the following: "It is an absolute honor to nominate two of Meadow Park Elementary's most dedicated supporters for special recognition. These are parents who participate, and then there are parents who fundamentally transform the culture of our school through their selflessness. These two individuals fall firmly in the latter category, consistently proving that they are the heart and soul of our MPE community. During our annual Fall Fest, their impact was felt from the moment setup began until the final cleanup. They didn't just volunteer, they took ownership. They led the way in decorating and organizing, and in a beautiful display of family commitment, they even called their own mothers to join the effort. Their stamina and dedication were the primary reasons the event was a resounding success. Their true character was highlighted even more during our recent class Christmas parties. They arrived first thing in the morning, ready to serve in any capacity. When we discovered that two of our teachers were out and their classrooms lacked the party supplies found in other rooms, these two parents didn't hesitate. Without being asked, they went to the store and purchased everything needed for those classes. What makes this gesture truly remarkable is that none of their own children are in those classes or even those grade levels. They saw a need and filled it simply because they couldn't bear the thought of any student being left out. When thanked for their incredible generosity, their response is always the same. It's all for the kids. They deserve it. I cannot think of anyone else deserving of this honor. They are guiding our community toward a brighter, more supportive future. Congratulations. And Ms. McKinley and Ms. Wood, y'all come on up. So board members, January is School Board Recognition Month. Of course, we want to thank you all for all that you do for the students and staff of the North Little Rock School District. Most people don't know, this is volunteer work. They're not getting paid. This is time away from their families. They could be home watching Jeopardy or Wheel of Fortune, or sleep. But they are decided to be here. So we wanted to, on behalf of all of the students and staff of the North Little Rock School District, we want to present you with this token of appreciation. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Is that all the recognitions? All righty. We are down to, I had to collect myself here. We're down to public comments. Per Arkansas Code 6-13619 and according to Act 902 of 2025, citizens who desire to speak during public comment must sign in prior and will be called to the podium. Speakers must meet one of the following criteria according to Act 902 and listed on the sign-in sheet: reside within the school district, be a parent or legal guardian of a student in the district, or be employed by the district. Public comment is not a question and answer period, and as such, school board members and the superintendent do not respond to public comments during a meeting, while we do encourage you to speak respectfully and professionally. Further, citizens will have no more than 3 minutes to speak and will not be allowed to make comments that shall prejudice the board of directors concerning student or personnel matters that could come before the board for disciplinary or employment considerations, or that is in conflict with other district policies or laws. Further, public comments that include slanderous remarks about school district employees or that would violate the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act are strictly prohibited. Personally identifiable information, discussion of student educational records, or reference to student directory information is not permitted during the public comment period. Speakers who violate these guidelines will receive a single warning and be respectfully asked to redirect their remarks. Should the speaker continue in violation, the board president will end the speaker's time and move on to the next individual. If the public comments go beyond 30 minutes, the board may require that all public comments that go beyond the 30 minutes and are not matters that are on the meeting's action items agenda to be held after the other agenda items. Tonight we have one public comment from Amy Friedman.
Proud PTA
Middle school.
president of the middle school.
To just sit?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, grab you a microphone.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, I'm going to read so I can keep my thoughts together. All right. Good evening. My name is Amy Friedman. I'm a parent in this district, the president of the North Little Rock Middle School PTA, and someone who is deeply invested in this school. I volunteer countless hours at the middle school. I publicly advocate for this district. I encourage families to stay, and I share the good stories with every breath I have. I don't just support North Little Rock, I bleed blue for it. That's why I'm sitting here tonight. Our middle school receiving an F rating is not a small issue. It is not a perception problem or a public relations issue. It is a serious documented failure that affects students, teachers, families, and the reputation of this entire district. An F tells our community that something is not working. This has already been studied. The surveys have been done, the data has been collected, reports have been written. The problem is no longer unclear, it is documented. And when something is documented, it comes with responsibility. So my message tonight is simple. Now that you know, you must act. Families, teachers, and students are not waiting on more studies. They are waiting on your leadership to take action. As you move forward, parents must be involved in this process, not informed after decisions are made. and next steps must be communicated to families in clear, plain language, not educational jargon. I have stood in this community and defended this middle school. I have told families it deserves their trust, and I have told them loudly and proudly because I believe in this district and the educators who deeply care about our kids and who care about my kids. But if this moment passes without visible, decisive action, the parents and educators who stood up for this school are left looking foolish for believing change was coming. What families and teachers need now is a clear plan, accountability, and a timeline for improvement. We have a supportive community. We have the millage. We have momentum. What we cannot afford is hesitation. An F should be treated like an emergency and not a discussion item. Our kids don't get years to wait. They get one middle school experience. I love this school district, and I'm very committed to it. But tonight, I'm asking you to take visible action. An F cannot be what we accept for our kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Is there a legislative update?
No, ma'am, there's not.
Moving right along. I like that. CPPC monthly report and LPPC monthly report. We'll start with classified first.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Bonjour. Bonjour, okay. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Lanita Hughes. I'm the co-chair, and I'm sitting here with Ms. Jackson, who is the chair. But we're going to switch up today, and I'm going to do the board report. Before I start, a couple things I did want to say before I go into it. First, I want to say from the CPPC staff, I know it wasn't an easy decision to make with keeping our custodian staff, but they did want to say thank you for the vote. It's never easy when we have to make difficult decisions, but even though it wasn't unanimous, we still have work to do, and we understand that, so we definitely want to say thank you. With that, I would like to say, as you all know, RAPS, we went through something similar last year, and one of the things I wanted to make sure that I said today is that this district needs a healing. We've been through a lot. We haven't had a chance to really catch our breath. It always seems like it's been something. And we have precedent where we have done that. And Dr. P, I'm going to give you and Dr. Stoll and Sarah and Dr. St. Louis some props on that, and I wanted to share this. When we became RAPS, we had some concerns, and we met with Dr. P and Dr. Stoll at the beginning of the year. And no, it wasn't a gripe session. It was really us being able to share with Dr. P and Dr. Stoll how we really felt, and they really listened to us. And I believe because that happened, we have been successful, and I give you a lot of credit, Dr. Stoll, for that, because her door has maintained to be continuously open for us. And I say that is that we need to do that with custodians as well. We need to have a conversation. We know it may come up again, but they have a right to be heard. They have a right to understand what is going on. They have a right to even bring some suggestions to the table. I feel like if we do it together, we can work. If we work together and come up with solutions, it doesn't look as bad as it has looked in the past few years. So I'm asking that to be considered moving forward. Also, the last thing too, before I go in, and my report is real quick. I know that tomorrow we know we're having some weather. I just want to remind, I know we know now it's coming late, but just in future, be mindful that every staff member does not live in North Little Rock, and we also have a bus that most people don't know that is going to West Little Rock because we have Shorter Garden families over there, and we have to be mindful. We also want our bus drivers to get back home to their families as well. So when we're doing early releases, also remember, we feed a city at the high school. So please put that in mind, that when we're making those decisions, we want everyone to get home safely, because we're just as important, classified staff are just as important as teachers. So please be mindful of that when we're thinking about early release. So now, to go to what we discussed. We did discuss the 2026-2027 school calendar. We expressed concern that there was no input from classified staff when it was first put out there. Mr. Smith did come back to us, and we did have some conversation, and we did approve it. But we approved it this month. That wasn't in December. We came back and had a meeting on the 13th. But with the consideration that classified staff do not lose pay with the shortened days. That's what we approved it as. If that is going to change, then that changes the outlook from CPPC. So I want to make sure I put that on the record. We also discussed, per your request, Ms. Williams, about what are we doing with the classified salary schedules. It has been discussed. We also are focused on the exclusion that educational staff we don't get extra money for having higher education. And I really need that to be considered moving forward, because a lot of our nurses, and one in particular at the high school, she has a certification that only a few in the state have, and that should be looked at because we're using that. We also have maintenance staff that go back and get certifications, as well as our technology staff. Even some of us RAPs have higher education, and we should be considered for those as well. So we are looking at that. And Ms. Williams, we are going to discuss this coming next month, our next meeting, how we need to bring it back to the board about what that pay is, because we do have a lot of classified staff that we are also helping as RAPs. We have a lot of people that really are suffering, so we know that we need to look at that. Also, we had Ms. Ashanti Jones step down as our CPP secretary, and we voted and approved. Ms. Lawson will now sit in that vacant position. As of last month, Colonel Stanger has stepped down as the board, as Dr. P's appointee. We do have someone, and we will report that next month, but that was all we had for last month. Are there any questions?
Is there any questions to my left? Any questions to my right?
No, ma'am, good report.
Thank you.
Thanks for all
Good
you do.
report.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
CPPC? LPPC, sorry.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Stummenhouse, representing the LPPC. We do have a couple of months worth of reports for you guys. Really, the only thing we've really discussed in the last couple of months has been the calendar, and I know that's on an action item tonight. We have worked really hard with the exec team, with our principals. We've been doing lots of surveys in our buildings to try to get some consensus about what is important. We took the first initial draft that was presented to you guys before we had a chance to even look at a calendar for the year. And we took it back to our schools and got some immediate feedback from them with lots of concerns about it. And so we really worked hard together. And so I really like Ms. Hughes's comment about really working on some healing. And part of that comes from being able to have some real true collaboration at every level, whether that's in our building, having honest discussions with each other and truly listening, whether it's on committee or whether that's being able to contact, assistant superintendents or different people that can really will listen to us and take that feedback back to Dr. Paluski. And so I feel good about the calendar that's been created. And so it's still, there's still a couple tweaks that we want to do, but we want to go ahead and get it passed tonight so that you guys can move forward planning for next year, and we can make those tweaks later on. I do want to just have one real request, is that in the future, it really is important, and I want to make sure the public understands too, that in order to create a calendar, it's really a collaborative process. Your classified staff are involved, your certified staff are involved, and your executive team is involved. Before we come to the board, we really need to have that process hammered out together. And so we would just ask in the future that the board, it not come to the board first before it comes to us, so that we can, because sometimes people will watch these meetings and they will see things put out on the internet and they start making plans for vacations before anything has ever been approved, because they think that it's come to the board and so it's automatically been approved, when they may not understand that it started with the board, but it's got to go through committee too. So we just want to make sure that everybody's clear and understands before they start booking cruises for the coming year, because I mean, shoot, I can't plan what I'm going to do this weekend, except I have gone to Sam's and gotten some meat. And I apologize to those of you that didn't. If you need some, I did get a little extra, I won't lie. But some people are really good about booking cruises ahead of time, and it's just not my bag. But one of the things that I'm really happy that we're doing this coming year are these job embedded days that I'm sure Dr. Paluski is going to talk more about. But that includes really a respect for the amount of extra hours that staff put in above and beyond the normal school day. And so it will give your principals some, leeway to ask people to come to stay longer for staff meetings, past contract hours, or be at an event, a night event like literacy night or something, and not have to worry because you are being paid an extra 18 hours above and beyond what the contract is. So I feel really excited about having that as in our tool belt, just because there are times you get the same old people that are willing to volunteer, and some folks are like, you're not paying me, I'm not coming. So, it's nice to be able to say, well, we are paying you actually, and we need you to be here on certain times. So really excited about putting that in the calendar, and we've really been working hard. I also really appreciate Dr. Stoll has talked with me, and we're really trying to develop with Ms. Robertson and some other staff members around the district to really have some input about PD, because we've had some PD that wasn't real meaningful. And so we want to be able to make sure that if we are going to commit to so many days and so much money to sit and get information, that it is helpful for each single one of us, that I'm not receiving something that's not helpful for me in my area. So we've started putting together a committee to be able to do that and to really hammer out what good PD looks like for each of us. So I appreciate that, Dr. Stoll, and your leadership in that area, and I'm excited to see where that goes. Let me see if there's anything else that I left out. I also wanted to just reiterate what the classified representative said, that we did build this calendar of 170 days on the promise that our classified staff would not lose money in days based on this. So that is also something for us that we are willing to negotiate, again, if something were to happen to their days. So, any questions?
That's fair. Any questions to my right? Ms. Williams?
First, I want to say thank you, Mrs. Smith, for apologizing to the licensed personnel for not involving you in the process of the calendar, because the classified people had also brought that to our attention. And so as a board, we do need to work together. And although you're not unionized, you're still supposed to be represented. And the most important thing about your report from your group, you were trying to decide how we can get teachers from skipping Fridays and Mondays. And that was the most in-depth part of why you were trying to do some of these PD days. Maybe if you had them on a Friday and they know they have to be there, then they won't skip that Friday. And then maybe you have to put a PD day on a Monday, something. But Mr. House said in your report, it has to be an urgency because we have to do something. And whatever you can come up with that calendar that you all think can bring teachers to the front line or classified people, we need to strongly look at that. And that to me was so profound. You all just kept discussing, crisscrossing, how can we get this absentee, because it's affecting the whole district. That's why it's such an urgency. And whatever that the administrator, Mr. Smith, thank you again for working with them. And whatever he's doing, he made a mistake, and he said it was a mistake, but for him to stand up as an administrator and say it won't happen again, I appreciate that very much. And please, keep on doing what you're doing. It is an urgency. And I appreciate you all deep diving into that.
Yeah. And Mr. Smith, I will say, has always done that with us. I mean, he's so collaborative, constantly trying to, and he never really gives us any, he doesn't pretend to know everything. And if we come across, I tell him I fact check him on everything. He gets tickled at me in my fact checking.
Well, I spot checked your report, and it was very good.
Yeah,
and
so
very to the point.
When he messes up, I let him know, but I try to do it behind closed doors. But I really appreciate how, and I've tried to tell him this, like, like, it just feels great to feel safe enough to be able to disagree with someone and not feel like your job is threatened. That we can really have an honest discussion about what needs to be fixed so that we can get some of these things fixed.
Right.
Yeah,
And thank you again for your committee.
absolutely.
Any questions to my left?
I was still over to the right.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I don't have any questions, but I appreciate you all working together and trying to coming up with solutions for all. And I like what you said. I would never want to be in an environment where I didn't feel like I couldn't voice my concerns or my ideas. And so I will encourage everyone to keep doing that, because it is important. It is important to still have conversations. And I agree with Ms. Williams. We got to do something for this Friday and Monday. And Monday and Fridays. At the same time. That's it.
Anybody? Great report. Thank you for the information.
And I'm going to stay, and when we present, if anybody has any questions about why we did a certain thing.
We're down to information items. The first one is CobraStat's second quarter data.
Yep, we'll turn that right over. This time we're going to alternate, so we're going to start with Network B, and I'll turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Smith, and our principals from Network B, and our assistant principals.
Dr. Paluski, Dr. Redis, members of the board, thank you for having me this evening. My name is Jacob Smith, for the record. I am the Assistant Superintendent of School Improvement for Network B, and I have 4 schools coming to you this evening presenting their lowest quartile CobraStat data for information for the board. And the first up this evening is the proud principal of Glenview Elementary, Mr. Dwight D. Kelly. Mr. Kelly.
Good evening, Ms. President and members of the board, Dr. Paluski. We will not be before you long. We're going to be very respectful of time. I have with me my wonderful assistant principal, Ms. Jennifer Fletcher, and we'll get started. This is our vision, mission, and moral purpose, and since I'm first, I would like to let you guys know that we leaders, we read this before every meeting. We do have a vision statement, we do have a mission, we have a moral purpose, and we have a North Little Rock School District graduate profile, future ready skills acquired upon graduation. And we say this before every meeting. Just thought you should know that. Our purpose is to share student growth data for the lower quartile to tie the focus back to the state's A through F school letter grade rating system, providing a clearer picture of a school's effectiveness in supporting its most vulnerable learners. Glenview Elementary, our process will evaluate the implementation of the impact to support students in the bottom 25% are receiving. Our intended outcome, the focus is for students in the lowest quartile to meet or exceed their individual growth targets, demonstrating significant academic progress. And so this is where we are. This is last year's data. You've seen this before. Our focus is all the way to the right, our lowest quartile. And as you can see, each bucket has 300 points, and we're concentrating on the right side, our lowest quarter. And so this is our projected outcome. And so we should get to or exceed 147 points for our lowest quarter. And this is where we are, our current reality, and this is where we will be after the Atlas assessment. Whoever's running tech, can you click on the bottom 25% spreadsheet? And I just wanted you guys to see this, and we in the North Little Rock School District, we're all following the same model. We're all together, we're all aligned, and I know you guys have seen this, but since we are first tonight, we wanted to make sure we brought up, this is how we're tracking our lower quartile. If you would click on 4th grade ELA, so those who are in the bottom quartile of our school, we're tracking their progress. What are they doing on their interims? And you'll see the green and you'll see the pink. Also, what are the areas of growth that we're targeting. Also, their targeted supports, and which will come in another slide later on. If you would be so kind, and we'll stop here if anyone has any questions concerning the spreadsheet. All right, if you'd be so kind and go back to the slideshow. All right, the following slides are basically where we are, and it's a summary of what we're graded in ELA, math, and science, and also our tested scores. And so we'll just skip through this. And notice our third grade is to be determined because last year, them not having the Atlas summative. All right, this is where we are as far as our attendance go. It's important to know, where are the students? Are they coming to school or are they not? Is that a reason? And if you look at our fourth grade, I'm happy to report that we don't have any students who are chronically absent in the fourth grade. Awesome. And so we're very appreciative to our parents, to our office staff. We have some work to do in third grade and fifth grade. But this is where our teachers are so important, because they're the front line, because they see the students daily, and they're the first contact. And then we go to our RAP specialists. We're blessed to have Miss Renee Harris. And also with that, our front office staff, they are so very, can I get a witness? Yes, sir. They're very important. And so they all work together and communicate to make sure that we're contacting parents. And this is just a public service announcement. Parents, we need your children at school. We cannot do anything with your child consistently if they are not consistently at school. Thank you so much. All right, this is our student enrollment by grade. You've seen this before. And this is where we are report card wise, standards based with third graders. And as you can see, our third graders, they're showing partial understanding. We got a lot of work to do. This is covering the first 9 weeks. And this is the bottom 25% for ELA, math, and science. And as you can see, we got some work to do in math, but this is just a representation. Our kids are working hard. And this is our fall interim. We have 3% of our current third graders who are proficient in English. And it's just a reminder, our interim test measures student knowledge that they will attain for the entire school year. And so just remember that they took a test that was in the fall. And so we're hoping, and we will see increase on the winter assessment. This is our second grade versus third grade ELA comparison data, 19% change. And once again, there is the jump from second grade to third grade. And so we should have a clearer picture in the winter interim. All right, this slide just simply represents extra services that the kids are receiving, dyslexia, special education inclusion, which I must say that those two services are so crucial to our students. We have experienced growth just because of dyslexia, just because of our special education teachers. And so we would just like to shout them out. Also, we're blessed to be a part of the High Impact Tutoring Grant given by the state. And this year, we're focusing on our third grade students in ELA, and math will have 10 days that will come later on in the spring. All students are getting pulled for small groups in ELA, math, and in science. In each subject area, we progress monitor by multiple measures, and including data trackers and classroom observations, and with the number of walkthroughs, and you can see the number of walkthroughs, which as principals, and I'll speak for everybody, there are actually more walkthroughs that we do. We just don't always type them and submit them, but we're in classrooms, and so that will bring us to our theory of action, in which in previous slides you've seen this at the beginning of the year. Are there any questions that you have for me or my colleague?
Any questions from the left? Any questions from the right?
No questions, but thank you so much. It was good information, and I agree with you. We got to get the parents involved in getting the kids to school and working with them at home.
Thank you for your beautiful summation.
Thank you for the information.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you, guys. Next up
Come on down.
is Miss McKinley. And crew. Proud principal of Meadow Park.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Before you, you see our lower quartile high impact plan, Cobra Stat, as the Reverend Dr. Kelly has already introduced. And pretty much protocol has already been established. But good evening to all of you. And it is pretty much going to follow the same format, but let's get started. Oh, it's me. I'm the clicker. Okay. Okay. Well, maybe she's going to click and I'll talk. How about that? That's why you bring a crew. Okay. He's already read this. Okay. Keep going. All right. So this is basically our current reality. And again, you have seen this. And so this is where we are. Just as he stated, we are focusing on that right quartile. This is, we have gained our most points coming from this lowest quartile. Again, this is our priority, and this is exactly who we're focusing on. This is our projected outcome for the 25-26, our current school year. We are pretty confident. You can go ahead and click it. We're pretty confident that we're going to continue to grow that bottom quartile and get to where we are projected to go. We are currently a D at 346 points, and we are 21 points away from a C. We declare we will get to that C. This particular slide here is just where we are with our third grades. I think we want to click on the spreadsheet.
If the board would like us to click on each
would you like for us
spreadsheet.
to? Okay, all right.
Oh, yeah, I don't
Does
need,
not have access to that. Sorry about that.
so we'll just keep rolling.
Okay. I do apologize. It is identical to the one you just saw. It says it has all my wonderful scholars attached to it and their data. But we will definitely make sure that you have access to that.
I will provide that in your weekly board report.
Thank you.
So sorry. All right, and so this is the math data, again, focusing on that bottom 25%, and then the science for third, fourth, and fifth. This is our attendance. Just as you see, unfortunately, we do have a few. It's not as bad. Our attendance has improved every year based on those same things that Mr. Kelly has talked about. Some other things that really has helped with our attendance is we have a lot of after-school activities, extracurricular activities, and we tie attendance as a part of the components. Attendance and behavior is a component to that, and so that really helps. So that award-winning cheerleading, team that you guys hear about, yeah, they have to come to school to be a part of it. So they want to be a part of the team, so they come to school. So we are proud of that. Our enrollment, we have probably enrolled anywhere from 15 to 20 scholars since January, so we're well over 500. So enrollment is not an issue. Getting them there in those seats, that's what we need so that we can educate them. This is a report card based on the bottom 25%. We've got some work to do, but we are confident to get them there. We're looking pretty good with those level 2s there. Definitely got to push them to those 3s and 4s. This is, again, our third, fourth, and fifth grade here. Fourth and fifth grade here for the 8th. Okay, that's fine. Nope, you're fine. Nope, next slide. Because, again, they've all seen it. It's just specific for Meadow Park. Looking exactly at that Atlas screener compared to that interim data here. Any questions? Again, okay, let's go. Second grade versus the third grade ELA data. This particular slide here, looking at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, those scholars that are receiving those services, those particular, wherever they, we have 15 3rd grade scholars that receive the HIT grant services and 15 2nd grade scholars. That is huge. We are excited about the Kids First that come in and tutor our scholars, and we are definitely seeing the results from that. Those scholars that are being pulled out for dyslexia and SPED, we are seeing the results of that. Those educators are doing a fantastic job, and they want to see their scholars grow. They are attending conferences, and they're following and tracking them as well, and that makes a difference. They're invested. They want to see them grow, and they want to see their kids do well. This is how we are measuring them, looking at the different tests that we are giving them to track them, the progress monitoring them, the number of walkthroughs that we do. And I do echo Mr. Kelly's sentiments that this is not everything that is tracked, because we are certainly in classrooms. And again, our last slide, the theory of action, which you have seen before. This is our targeted goals here. What questions might you have for Meadow Park and the crew?
To my right, are there any questions for Meadow Park?
I don't have no question. I just
Sure.
question. I'm not good report. Okay, superb.
Yes, ma'am.
How many 3rd graders do you have?
We are packed, right? We have 75. Actually, we have 77 because I have 2 in self-contained, but I have 75 in my 3rd grade regular classrooms.
Wow. And how well are they doing?
Ms. Williams, that's a loaded question. They are, listen, the first thing we're trying to do is work on that tier 1 instruction with those teachers. Okay. That's the first thing we're doing. So I have my NIS and I have my state coach who are truly, truly pouring into them, because we know if we work on that tier 1 instruction, then we're going to work on their performance. So we're having to, that's the biggest impact. But as far as how they're doing, they're progressing. They're progressing. We are going to start after-school programs starting in February, where we're just going to be focusing on reading comprehension, writing skills, and math, targeting that bottom 25% quartile, and even those scholars maybe right above that we can certainly pour into and help to develop those skills.
So that grant you got is providing for them to be after school?
No, ma'am. That grant is in school. That HIT grant, that's those scholars that are in school.
And so how you are able to do the after school for the 3rd grade?
So after school, I have some Title I money, amen, that I'm going to pay my educators that will stay after school and that will tutor those scholars after school.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so right now, I'm just trying to find some funds that will fund as far as like snacks, that we can provide like a snack to provide for them. But then that's how I'm going to pay those educators with those high VAM scores, because I'm all over that as well, because I want to get the biggest impacts. I ain't putting anybody in there to tutor them. I want those with the highest VAM scores so we can get the biggest impact.
How come you don't have any snacks? What do you need for snacks for after school?
Well, I got to pay for them. I got to figure out how to pay for them.
You will have some.
Oh, we will. We're going to make it happen.
Okay, I'm just making sure you have what you need if you got them after school.
Yes, ma'am. I have my RAP is actually working with that. And actually, I'm working in conjunction with the RAP at North Rock 6, because she's already working with the program as well. So I'm networking. She already has a blueprint, and so I'm networking with North Rock 6 to see how they're getting theirs funded as well.
How many 3rd grade teachers you have?
I have 3.
3?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
Thank you for that nice report.
Absolutely. Thank you for your questions. Any other questions?
I don't have any questions,
Sure.
but good report,
Thank
and I like what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Bravo.
Have we drawn a parallel to the children with the chronic absenteeism for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade? Is that one particular family that's missing, or is that multiple families? Is that just children scattered throughout, and it's not so much a family itself unit?
It's both. It's a family and it's multiple. They're scattered throughout.
We've got things in place in order to help and assist.
We do.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We do, and it's multiple reasons. I mean, and for the most, we know who they are. We are in contact with them. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's not because they're just out there and we don't know. There's just several. We're working with one right now who.
There's
Plethora of reasons.
I understand.
There's none that are just missing. We're just working with them.
Okay.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
understand.
Absolutely. Great question.
Anyone else?
Anyone else?
Great report. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKinley.
Thank you.
Norfolk 6.
Ms. Harrison. This is Ms. Harrison, the proud principal of NLR6, and Mr. Love, our assistant principal.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. I am Larissa Harrison, the proud principal of North Little Rock 6 Academy of Agriculture and Veterinary Sciences, and this is Mr. Love, my assistant. And this is our lower quartile high impact plan for North Little Rock 6. The vision, mission, and moral purpose of North Little Rock School District. Our purpose has been acknowledged for tonight. Same as the process and the intended outcome.
Try not to rush.
I'll slow down a little bit.
And thank
All right.
Mr. Kelly.
All right, so this first slide just represents our baseline data for the 24-25 school year, and it also just informed us that there is an urgency that we need to have as we move into this school year. Okay, so this is our projected outcome for our 25-26 school year, our road to our C, and it's ambitious, but it's obtainable. We are going to work hard, and we have been working hard to get there, and so this just shows what we will need in each of our sections in achievement, student growth, and the growth of our lowest quartile, which we're focused on tonight. Okay, so on this slide, it just again shows our projected outcome for our upcoming school year. And this slide is our ELA, our writing, and our science scores for our bottom 25%, how many students we have in each of those categories, and maybe our link works and maybe it doesn't.
For me, I apologize.
So in that, again, just as Mr. Kelly, it just shows who our students are and where they are in each of those categories. So on the slides, there's 9 different tabs, ELA, math, science for each grade level, and then the students who are in those groups. And as you can see, the numbers are different because they are not all the same students. As I explained to some, I was not the best in math, and so I may have been in the lower quartile for my math, but I wasn't in my science and my ELA, and so that's just a representation of the reality is not always the same for all. Okay, and so in this, this is our fall interim, and it just talks about, or it just shows the total number of students for each of those. And same thing here. For math, then we go into the science piece of it. All right, and so our attendance piece is one that is really, we've been working on it and had some harsh realities in the last couple of weeks, and we've been really, really working to get those families here. This go round, those students who were displaced with Shorter Gardens, we had to find them, like literally calling anyone that we could think of. I talked to about 5 people just to get to one parent, and she was like, we want them to come to school, but we just need a bus. Sent the email, and Dr. Paluski and Ms. Robertson were already working on everything that I asked for in the email. They were like, we have already done it. We just need to let you all know. First day back, one of my students who I love dearly, I love them all dearly, but he said, can I spend an extra few minutes with you today because it's going to be my last day? And it broke my heart. And so had meeting after meeting, had to kick Mr. Love out. We worked on some stuff, and I was like, I got to give him at least an hour. And so that night, I just couldn't rest with it, and so I sent the email, and thankfully he is there. He is there every day. And so we are working hard to make sure we get our students in our building because they need to be. But again, as Mr. Kelly has said, we need our parents to show up for us with them. And that day, the first day back, our parents showed up and they were like, we don't want to go to another school.
Awesome.
We want to be here. And so we're thankful for our parents and our students, especially those who have been with us for a long time.
Awesome.
So the next slide is our enrollment. This shows August to January. We have been an overflow school, so we'll get kiddos. They'll stay for a while. When their spot opens back up at their school, they'll go. We had several who said, no, we want to stay where we are. And so this week alone, we have kept a family that was assigned to another school, but they wanted to stay at North Little Rock 6. So we're excited about that because sometimes it's not the top choice, and then you get there and you enjoy it. So that's been a blessing. This slide just talks about the report card of our bottom 25, and it just shows the third grade data here and how many of our students are level 1s and level 2s. And so you can see just the comparison of the data. And then it's the same thing for our 4th and 5th grade students. And our scores of our lowest quartile reflect their grades. And so a lot of times you don't see that. And as a teacher, that was one of my struggles where parents are like, well, my child has all A's and has had all A's, but the data doesn't show that. So it hurts to see it, but it's the reality, and I'm glad to see that it is a reflection. So parents, they're seeing exactly where their students need the support at. Okay. And then this is just the fall interim for our 3rd grade students. And so you see that the literacy screener was given at the beginning of the year in the fall interim in the comparison, and there was a change in 6th, and again the screener was at the beginning, and this data kind of just has all of the, our fall has every standard tested, and so we're excited about seeing what our winter shows us because our students have been in class more and they have learned more by this point. Okay, and so this just shows the atlas for their 2nd grade when they were 2nd graders up until their fall interim, and the change in that was 14%. And so what are we doing for our students to help move them? So again, those students that we have shown you in the previous slides that have been identified as our bottom quartile, we have started our Sabre Success Sessions, which is our after-school tutoring for those students, and so it is targeted for those students who have flagged as our bottom 25%. And so we're working strategically with them on the skills that they need to move forward. We also are doing our small group instruction, so all of our students receive small group instruction throughout the day in ELA, math, and science. And then our HIT grant tutoring, we have 33 students in 3rd grade who are receiving that extra support throughout the day, 18 in 4th and 18 in 5th. And we did some shifting when we saw, our bottom 25%. We had some other students from 2nd grade, but our 4th and 5th grade students needed that support, so we did some shifting to make sure that we're providing them with additional support as well. As far as this one is, how we're monitoring them, we're doing our literacy, we do our oral reading fluency, that is happening bi-weekly and monthly inside of the classrooms. Math, they're doing time drills, sprint. We're focusing a lot on math in our after-school Sabre Success Sessions. And then in science, they're working with graphic organizers, their exit tickets, and aligning in all subjects, just making sure that the assessments are aligned with the items that are on the atlas. So it's not, I see it for the first time when I get to that test, I know this question type because we've been working with this. And then our walkthrough data, so you'll see it there. As they have already mentioned, we're in classes all the time with different walkthroughs, different individuals, and so we may not always use our key levers, but we have been in classes, 127 of those walkthroughs with the key lever form that we are using consistently amongst the district, and 73 of the 127 were our, and it's not there, 73 of our 127 were literacy walks, 45 of them math, and then the remainder were science, and they are low in number, 9, but we have to work on that science block because we have been consistently, you know, trying to integrate science into our literacy block. And so having that science block there, now we have made a change with our schedule to give science more time, because it was at the end of the day, and at the end of the day is when things are happening and you're having to move around, and so we don't get in classes as much at the end of the day. But those departmentalized grades, that 4th and 5th, we get to see science more inside of those classrooms. And this is our theory of action. Any
Awesome.
questions?
To my left, any questions? Any questions to my left? Right.
Question.
Mhm.
When do your after-school program start?
It started this week on Tuesday.
This week?
Yes, ma'am.
Getting snacks also?
Yes, I went and picked up snacks when I left our CPRO training today. So my NIS had partnered with an agency who would provide a warm meal on certain days and then just a cold snack on other days. And so the way that it works is that we needed at least 100 students to do it. And so I reached out to Ms. Stroud and Ms. McKinley to try to see if we could get collectively 100 students so that we could do it together. So Ms. Daniels is still working out the kinks to get that done, but in the meantime, in between time, I have snacks ready to go for them to make sure that they have what they need.
And so you have 100 students?
We do not have 100. We just have our bottom 25%, which is 33 for our building.
Okay, my concern now, what about the third graders? You have any third graders involved in after school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
11 of them, the bottom 25%.
Out of 25, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I don't have any questions. Just appreciate your leadership, and I just always have appreciated the innovative way of thinking on how you do things, and you and your assistants seem to work really good together. And I know your heart, and I know you love those children there, and I appreciate you working hard for them.
Thank you.
Great report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Thank you, Mr. Love.
Before you leave, Mr. Smith, I forgot to ask about Glenview. Did they have an after-school program?
Mr. Kelly has the Charger Academy. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. He
That's what
presented that in a
that's what
previous
kinda
slide. Yes,
Had
ma'am.
that fancy name. Were they being fed, Mr. Kelly? I wanna,
Are they getting snacks?
We hadn't started for this year, not yet. It will be
Okay.
coming later on in this spring. Last year when we did it, we were able to have the district, it was a grant that was provided. And the child nutrition, they handled it for us.
okay, thank you.
We'll work on that, Ms. Williams.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Members of the board, Dr. Paluski, Madam President, I have Ms. Elise Hampton, the proud principal of the 7th, 8th grade campus, to present her bottom 25% data.
Good evening, board. So we've already been through vision, mission, moral purpose, and our process and intended outcome. These are our numbers from the previous school year. You all have seen these in previous presentations. This is where we want to go. The most important thing that I want to point out is that in order for us to go from an F to a C, we need half of our students to meet their expected growth. This is really exciting because if I flip back to the other slide, you will see that we have some areas where we're almost there. So in English language arts, we're almost at half of our we're already at half of our students meeting expected growth in our bottom quartile. And then in science, 48% of our students were meeting expected growth. So we're almost at our goal. But where we really need to focus in on is the growth of all students. And then again, where we currently are based on last year's data and where we are going. So these are the numbers for our bottom quartile. Like Ms. Harrison said, these numbers fluctuate because just because you're in the bottom quartile in ELA doesn't mean that you're necessarily in the bottom quartile for math and science. And Mr. Riddle, if you would please click on my spreadsheet. Fingers crossed.
No.
I believe when Mr. Kelly opened his, he opened it for everybody.
He shut it down. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Okay, so speaking of growth, I went ahead and took a look at where we are with growth. Remember that 50% is our goal. We want 50% of our students to be meeting their expected growth. This is where we are currently. 45% of our ELA, of our students in 7th grade, showed growth from the summative data to the interim data. So I put that in red because we're not at our 50%. But when we go to 8th grade, we are at 57%. So we're a little bit over that 50%. But bear in mind, this is based on any type of growth, not the expected growth. So that those numbers may decrease when the state takes our data. In math, you see that a major area of concern for us is our 7th grade math. We only had 29% of our bottom quartile show growth, but then on the 8th grade side, 63% of our bottom quartile showed growth. Part of what's going on here is that the 7th and the 8th grade math standards are very similar. The 8th grade standards just take it a little bit deeper. And so the students have had a second opportunity to witness that content when they get to 8th grade. So that contributes to some of the discrepancy that you see between 7th and 8th grade. And then in science, this is our highlight. In science, 82% of our students showed growth from the summative to the interim in 7th grade science. What's so huge about this is even though this is just a measure of any type of growth, we think that because that number is so high that even when we only get points for expected growth, we will likely reach that 50% because we are seeing so much growth in 7th grade science. Then we have 52% in 8th grade science, and so we're having conversations about what's the discrepancy there. And then here's our attendance data. You've heard the other principals speak to it. Our kids must be in school. If they're not in school, they're missing the learning. And when you look at our data, you see that on average, in 7th and in 8th grade, our students who are in the bottom quartile are chronically absent. And so that is something that we're targeting because part of the reason why they're likely in the bottom quartile is because they're not at school where the learning is occurring. And then here's our enrollment data. Our report card data, the key takeaway here with our report card data, something that has been a major conversation for us at the 7th and 8th grade campus is making sure that our students' grades reflect their mastery levels. So we don't want students to have all A's, but they're not on grade level because that's not communicating truthfully about their level of mastery. And so I was pleased to see that our letter grades that we're giving to students do reflect their level of mastery. So we are seeing that we're not as inflated as we once were when it comes to our letter grades. And then, of course, you all have seen this data. And then this is a comparison of our students to themselves. So we're comparing each cohort to themselves. You can see that in gray on the right side, those are the areas where we were already seeing growth, which is super exciting because we were seeing growth in the fall. If we're seeing growth in the fall, we already know that we're going to outperform what we did last year. And then these are the extra things that we are doing for our students in the bottom quartile. All of our students who scored a level 1 in reading in the 2025 Atlas Summative are in a class called Strategic Reading, and they're getting Read 180, so they're getting intervention in reading. Additionally, we are doing math pullouts during our math lab class. All of our students on our campus are in math labs, so they're getting Success Maker, but then our bottom quartile is being pulled out into small groups by our math teachers to get even more intensive support. And then we are also receiving the HIT grant, and we focused on our bottom quartile when it comes to the HIT grant. So we're providing a lot of additional services. That's my timer. The final thing is just the number of walkthroughs that we're doing. You can see the walkthroughs that we've done in literacy, math, and science. And then at the bottom, I've included the total number of walkthroughs that we've done this year. So that includes not just our core content areas, but also our electives. And then there's our theory of action. Any questions?
Any questions to my left? Anybody on the
I have a question on the slide number 18 on your walkthroughs. Now, I know going back to the numbers that were on the as far as science. Yes, they're great numbers, but let me ask you this: why such a low number of walkthroughs? Is that because they're doing okay there?
So oh, go ahead.
No, and I was just saying, I mean, I get the math component, but is that because, you know, the numbers are both green, so therefore you don't have to do as much?
Part of it is that science is performing so well, but it has to do with the performance of individual teachers. So we have higher numbers of support in math because that's where we see that we have a few more teachers who need more intensive support. And so we're in their classrooms more frequently. So that's why that number is higher there in math.
Okay, and that part I get, thank you for that understanding. But I was just wanting to make sure that we're doing well, so we're going to let up off of this right now. So we still need to keep the foot on the pedal.
Yes, so we're
on all of it. That's just kind of what I was making sure. But I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. Dr. Paluski.
One question to you, Mrs. Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
How much support do you get from these schools get from the math coordinators and the science coordinators and the ELA?
Yes, ma'am. I think that was a poignant question that whenever Mr. Clark presented that he kind of jumped on. You know, we restructured and we went to a different environment, and so there's 3 content coordinators that serve all the schools now. Now, what we have in regards to that extra layer is we have those NISs that are in every school. And so there is a great deal of support from the coordinators, but they are almost at a train-the-trainer model. But I cannot go a week without seeing the coordinators in my schools for at least a large portion of the day. And so I believe Dr. Rogers would be able to say the same thing. They schedule their walkthroughs and their PLC visits and things like that on our calendar. And I know today Ms. Langston was at the 7th, 8th. Yesterday, me and Dr. Paluski walked with Ms. Higgins at Glenview. And so they sprinkle the love through everybody as best they can with all the different ways they're pulled.
And Mr. Rogers and I today were at Ridge Road, and Ms. Higgins was there as we looked at math. So they're
working, ma'am.
And you could see, if you look at my schedule, you'll see they're populated all over. So they're trying to get to as many schools. But remember, we've shifted. They now have pre-K through 12. Before we had somebody in early childhood, somebody in elementary, and somebody in secondary. Now you got one person that's serving the entire system. So they're trying to cover as many places as they can early and often.
Okay. Because they got 14 schools, it seems like it's a shortage, and we have such an urgency. But what did you say about INS?
Our NISs. So not only do the curriculum coordinators lead a great deal of the training as far as curriculum testing, things like that go with our principals, but then they deliver that same message to the NIS groups. And so those are our network and instructional specialists. And so those act as a coach, and so they get to bring what they learn in those meetings. They generally have a 2-leveled approach where they, like, let's say we meet on a Tuesday or Wednesday for our principal meeting. They'll have the NIS meeting on Friday, so there's very little time in regards to gap of the knowledge that's delivered to both groups. They normally meet with the elementary group in the morning and the secondary group in the afternoon, or vice versa, but they kind of take that approach with it. And then those individuals come and bring that back to their teachers and campuses.
Thank you.
So we also have state coaches, Ms. Williams, that are assigned, so that's another additional layer. And then you have some schools that are finishing out their 1003 money, such as Boone Park. When Ms. Stroud comes, she's got a coach through the Bailey group that is specifically focused on science. That's what we walked through this week, and seeing and watching them coaching in time. So you got our coordinators, you've got network instructional specialists, you've got state coaches, and in some schools beyond that, you've got individual coaches that they've purchased for a specific reason, for a specific focus.
And Arch Ford.
And Arch Ford, yes.
Yeah,
and
Arch Ford.
And Arch Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now we'll shift over to Network A. And good evening, Dr. Rogers. And looks like we're going to start with Mr. Pennington. And Amboy Elementary School. Ms. Jackson, welcome.
Good evening. Dr. I'm sorry. I did that last time.
You did. Yeah.
I get nervous, man.
Stay in your lane. Yeah. Good evening, Madam President, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Paluski. This is a continuation of what has been started with Network B. This evening we will be presenting the lower quartile high impact plan, Cobra Stat information with specificity to the bottom 25%. We'll be starting this evening with Mr. Pennington from Network A, along with the assistant principal, Ms. Jackson. Mr. Pennington, you may start and be very timely, please, as we practice.
Thank you, kind sir. We'll move past the vision and purpose and all of that and just go right into it. Again, greetings to Dr. Paluski, members of the board. I'm Alan Pennington. I have Ms. Jackson here, and we're proud to be administrators at Amboy. I just kind of want to share a brief instructional summary of some high points of our lower quartile high impact plan. The first slide is pretty much our current reality, the data that reflects what's going on right now. The points given in each category, 300 points that reflect achievement, growth of all students, and growth of our lowest quartile, our bottom 25%. Achievement is an issue which reflects where we have received our least amount of points in that category. We get most of our points in the areas of growth of all students and the growth of students in the lower quartile. Less than 50% of our scholars met their growth goal, but more than 50% of our bottom 25% met their growth goal. Next slide. Right, this slide is our simulated projected outcome. We, of course, want to get back to our letter C or even do better than a letter C, but we're projected some numbers. And to get us to our next letter grade of C, we established that we need to maintain our current points from our 24-25 data and increase by at least 5 to 10 more points in ELA, math, and science in our projected growth of all students. And we must receive at least 50 points in math and literacy for growth of all students and 55 in science. You see the number of the total points needed below. Our goal is 65 points of our scholars in the bottom quartile to meet their goal. Of course, we are striving for more. Next slide. Where we're going, our current grade points are 348 points, 348.59 points. And we're about 18 points away from a C. So our goal is to get a letter grade of a C. We need at least 368 points, but we're striving for higher. Next slide. This slide reflects the total students in the bottom 25 across all 3 content areas. We have a more intensive focus on those scholars in the bottom quartile. Their growth reflects a third of our overall score, so we also get double points for them. So we're tracking their data in all 3 content areas for growth as well. In ELA, next slide, the growth, the data on this slide reflects growth from 24-25 summative to the interim. As stated on previous slides, our goal of the bottom 25 proficiency is 65. See, in grade 3, we had 62% of the scholars to show growth, which is close to reaching our overall growth needed, which is highlighted. And grade 4 is showing areas of need of growth, and grade 5 has the most with 68% growth, meeting the projected goal of 65. Our math growth, grade 3 showed 0% growth from the from the summative to the interim. Our goal is 50%. We believe we will show growth at this next interim because of all the intensive work that's going on in the small groups. Grade 4 showed 28% growth, and grade 5 showed 46% growth. We have identified those scholars, and we're working intensively. After interim results come, we will transition to and we have after-school tutoring, which we're doing for our 4th and 5th grade scholars. And we have been focusing on math, and now we're focusing on math 1 day a week and then writing the 2nd day of the week. We started our tutoring program in December, and it's been going steady since. This slide reflects the growth of our scholars they have made since the Atlas summative, and it shows, the areas of need and then the areas of greatest growth with 38% in fourth grade and 76% in fifth grade. The next few slides talk about our attendance. We are very fortunate to have our RAP services, Ms. Valley, working with us to. Yeah, it's a blessing to have Ms. Valley at our school. She has really worked with those students, tracked those students. We created a quarterback team, as we say, to really track attendance, track everything with this team. And she has been on board and been going to home visits and making sure families have what they need. Slide 13 talks about our enrollment. We were up about 20 kids, and they're coming and going. We're getting more as I speak. Slide 14 reflects standards-based report cards, and slide 15 just shows report card grades for grades 4 and 5. All right, this slide, the third grade Atlas Fall Interim. We still have a large number of scholars that are level 1. We have effectively moved 14 scholars from at-risk to levels 2 and 4, which means they're ready for instruction since the beginning of the year. Writing is greatly impacting our overall ELA score. We have increased emphasis on finding and explaining text evidence to answer questions. We've increased focus on discussion, allowing students to do more of the heavy lifting and less teacher talk, allowing the scholars to hear from one another. We also have the HIT grant, which is focusing on writing since returning from the holiday break, and we are excited to see how many scholars we will move out of level 1 since the first interim in November, based on the work that's been going on in the classrooms. Our second grade versus third grade ELA comparison, more students move into level 1 due to the writing, which is impacting the overall ELA score. We have 14 additional scholars that scored level 2 in reading, but their writing score of a level 1 brought it down to the overall ELA score to 7%, scoring a level 3 or 4 proficient. Four additional scholars scored a level 3 in reading, but their writing score of a level 2 brought down their overall ELA score. When we move these students, we will move our level 2s to 6% and level 3s to 16.9%. Our level 2s won't help our achievement, but they will definitely help our growth. What's extra for the bottom 25? We have our HIT grant that we're utilizing to help our third grade scholars they are pulling about 30 of those students throughout the week and providing intensive support for them. Again, I mentioned we have our Rising Rockets after school tutoring that we've started since December, and we service 4th and 5th grade students. We invited all 4th and 5th grade students, but we average about 61 students, probably 50 all around in consistent attendance that we're doing, as well as receiving small group instruction in literacy, math, and science. How we're progress monitoring literacy, oral reading fluency bi-monthly. Our math, we're monitoring with sprints and assessments, and then our science, our lesson assessments as well. It shows the number of walkthroughs that we have, and we're also analyzing data in PLCs and tracking scholars from those assessments that we analyze in PLCs. The slide is our theory of action. It reflects the alignment of professional learning for teachers, instructional moves of teachers, and the intended outcomes if all support and actions are aligned that will propel us towards reaching our goal of a letter C. Any questions?
Any questions to my right?
I have no questions. I do see that you all are in the close range. So I have no doubt that eventually that C will come about and eventually better. Now, as far as your after-school program, do you all have your snacks?
Yes, we have snacks, plenty. We have plenty of snacks.
Do you still have your snacks from previously, the drop-off service? Or you still
we
need
probably
some?
went through those snacks.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, but as long as you have some.
Yeah, we're good on snacks.
Okay, good.
Very nice report. Very nice. I have no questions. Just urgency that we must do well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any on my left?
Same question for you. Have we drawn a parallel to the families that are the missing students
Yeah. And like I said, Ms. Valley has been, she's been a force to reckon with when it comes to hunting down families, and she's made home visits with our school resource officer. I mean, it's made a huge difference to see scholars coming to school on a regular. It was all families I'm focusing on. There was one family that we had really just got drawn into, and we thought we were going to lose them. Because of the work that she has done, that mother has made a concerted effort to make sure they are there every day. Thank you, Ms. Valley. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valley.
Miss Valley from Boone Park to Amber.
That's right. Both schools.
How many students did you say in your after-school program?
We invited all 4th and 5th grade, but we average about 50.
Okay.
50 a day, and we offer it 2 days a week, on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
What about them third graders?
The third graders are getting that support from the HIT grant during the day, and then of course, just the intensive support that the teachers are providing in small groups.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your report.
Thanks, Mr. Pennington.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Ms. Jackson.
Fred.
Thank you. At this time, I invite Boone Park Principal Stroud, Assistant Principal Mr. Jones, and Ms. Valley, you can come on and join us too, since you service Boone Park as well. Move the clicker to Boone Park, please. Principal Stroud, as soon as you're ready, we're ready. I ask that you stay within the time allotted.
All right, good evening, Madam President, school board members, Dr. Paluski. Dr. Rogers, as he just stated, 6 minutes, and he's setting his timer. So you've seen all of the slides 5 times already. I'm number 6 out of 7, so I won't. So we're going to speak to numbers. I want to look just at the bottom quartile for this slide. This slide represents the number of points that we earned based on the Atlas Summative Assessment last year. You'll notice for the growth of lowest quarter, there was 151.85 points that were obtained. I will just lift up the fact that we did not know who those students were. At that time this year, we have identified exactly who those bottom quartile students are, and so we've been very intentional. There's no reason why we won't earn more points in that category this school year. Next slide. So our goal is 210 points this year. We are shooting for 70% of students in the bottom quartile to meet their targets for all content areas, ELA, math, and science. So when we obtain those 70%, those 70 points for each of those content areas, we will have 210 points in that category, which will bump us up from an F to a C based on the number of points that we're earning. We are currently, next slide, a 302.83 is our current score. We are 64.7 points away from a C. And so we are shooting for the 367, but we will achieve about 417 based on our projected chart. We will, these are the number of students that are in each content area that have been identified for bottom quartile. Won't spend time there. This slide represents for ELA from summative 2025 to interim, fall interim 2025, the percentage of students in our bottom quartile who are meeting their growth targets. You'll notice that for third grade ELA, we have about 75% of students that are meeting their targets. For fourth grade ELA, we are approaching the target. We're at 52.2%, and then for fifth grade, we've exceeded that target. That averages out to about 70-something%, which will earn those 70 points that we need for ELA. For math, this is our area of greatest growth potential. We have 20% of our students who met their growth targets. I will mention that the summative to fall interim is apples to oranges. Those are two totally different metrics that we're looking at when we compare. However, it does give us an idea of if we're moving in the right direction. So math is our area of greatest growth potential. For fourth grade, there's 28.6% of students who are meeting. And then in fifth grade, we are very close to that 70% that we're shooting for. For science, we have, of course, third graders don't take the science assessment. Our current third graders, they didn't take it in second, so you don't have data there. But for fourth grade, it's 42.9%. And fifth grade, it's 58.3%, so we're approaching that 70%.
Your slides are working.
Oh, if you want to, if you want to open the slides, that's fine. It probably won't take me over my 6 minutes, but that was the person that wanted to. Okay,
It'll be in your coaching session tomorrow.
Okay, so let's look at fifth grade ELA. Miss Delavan in fifth grade ELA is absolutely rocking it. You will notice green means growth. So of 15 students that have been identified as bottom quartile in fifth grade ELA, 13 of those 15 are meeting have demonstrated growth from summative to fall for about 86.7%, and you saw that on a slide earlier. So we're super excited about the growth that we're showing there. All right, next slide, we can get out of our okay. Enrollment, I think was the next slide that I saw. Attendance. So attendance, again, Ms. Valley working very intentionally to ensure we can get those families to school. You'll notice that those numbers are extremely high when we pulled the data in around December 19th. And some of those students are falling in our bottom quartile for ELA, math, and science, which means they hit our score 6 times. So it is critical that we get those students to school. Enrollment has increased. We're at about 453 as of January 12th. Next slide. Again, report card grades. I won't spend time there because I want to have time to speak to what we've done this year. Can we go past report card? Everybody's talked about report cards. Fall to third grade ELA, Alice Fall interim. Next slide. Second grade to third grade comparison. What we're doing for the bottom 25%. So I really want to speak to what we're doing for third through fifth grade altogether. We began Bengal Boost Tutoring, our after-school tutoring program, on October 27th. So we have had about 20 sessions at this point. There are 40 students who attend consistently. We do have snacks. We meet on Mondays and they meet on Mondays, Wednesdays. The focus is ELA and math. We've been very intentional about writing, considering it's negatively impacting our overall ELA score. We are using rubrics and making sure students are able to analyze their writing for the 3 different writing types that are assessed on the atlas. When we look, so Bengal Boost Tutoring had about 20 sessions. We have enlisted the support of an ELA coach that primarily works with our third grade ELA teacher, considering the retention law. So she began in January with our third grade ELA teacher. We have a science coach from the Bailey Group who has been working with third through fifth grade science since October. And we see a major impact in a positive way on our science outcomes. We have small group instruction for all students, HIT grant tutoring for 32 third grade students. We have win time, providing students with what they need daily. We are meeting with Kids First next week to provide some math support to students because math is our area of greatest growth potential. This year we departmentalized in third grade. We want our third grade teachers to become experts in their content matter. And we have been extremely intentional about the work we're doing around Atlas, providing students with at-bats around the Atlas classroom tool assessment so that they know what to expect when they see this Atlas summative assessment. So, next slide. We're progress monitoring using the oral reading fluency. We are looking at procedural fluency. We have a state math coach as well as a state literacy coach. State literacy coach is there 4 days a week. State math coach comes about once a week. She's very intentional, working very closely with our fourth grade math teacher, so I expect growth there. And for science, we are looking at Atlas aligned items. We're looking at exit tickets. There are multiple ways that we're assessing whether students are learning what teachers are teaching. And you've seen our theory of action before. When we do all these things, you will see Boone Park move from an F school to a C school. And we will have that data on our winter interim to prove that we are moving in the right direction. Any questions?
Any questions to move?
This coach you have, how did you get that coach?
We use 1003 funds. We have 2 coaches from the Bailey Group. We have the science coach and the ELA coach, and we use 1003 funds as well as some of our title funds to enlist the support of those individuals. We're high needs, and I knew right out of the gate that we needed consistent support, and so we enlisted the support of those coaches.
So 1003, Mr. Taylor, that is state school improvement money. That money passes through us into individual schools. They have autonomy, working with their assistant superintendents on targeting how they want to use that to be able to move students. They should be getting another set of 1003. However, it's stuck right now at the state. Really, it's at the federal level, because all those schools that are in state level school improvement and DNF should be getting that money. But right now, we were told it's still on hold. So as soon as that's released, that'll be released right to each of those campuses.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
I just have to say that not just you, but every principal that has been up here tonight, and I'm sure it's going to happen with our next presentation too, y'all know exactly what's going on in your school.
Yes, they do.
It's amazing. It's wonderful. And to hear y'all come up here and just put this data out, y'all know the numbers, you know everything. It's fantastic. It is, truly. And it makes me feel very confident. So, thank you.
Oh, I hate to put the urgency on you. Doing a good job. Back, I know the neighborhoods that you're dealing with, and sometimes it's a high turnover with renters. We discussed that before last year. Miss Valley, how you have been so superb when you were at Moon Park by yourself, but ask me, how have you been able to, I know you're tough trying to work between two schools, that's number one, and both schools are with high enrollment, but how have you been able to divide your time to get to these two schools?
Yes, ma'am. I am 2.5 days, 2.5 days for Amboy, and then I'm 2.5 days for Boone Park. So Monday, Tuesday, half day Wednesday, I'm at Amboy, and the second half of Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I'm at Boone Park. So I'm playing catch up, if I'm honest. I'm playing catch up because there are days that I've missed at Boone Park, and there are days that I've missed at Amboy. However, when I'm wherever my feet are, that's where I am. And so I really try to focus on where I am in that moment. Although I do get calls from both schools depending on where I am. I'm at Amboy, I get calls from Boone Park. I'm at Boone Park, I get calls from parents at Amboy. And so I am juggling it, but I am present where I am. That's the best honest answer I can give you. I am a week behind on data. I present a data wall for both schools. When you walk in, you'll see current data of each grade's attendance. And so I do the best that I can in finding those students. If I run a report as soon as I get into the building at both buildings the very first day, I run a report the second day, and I see if they've come to school. If can't find them, I'm calling for backup to knock on their door.
You need some help. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Agreed.
You do need some help.
Thank you so much for the information, and I'm confident that you all will get there. You said something at the beginning when you first started that I was trying to grasp. You said something about you wasn't doing something at the beginning as far as collecting data.
Oh, with the
I
bottom
missed it.
25%,
Okay.
we did not, those students were not identified last school
Oh,
year.
okay.
Per Atlas. So those students were identified early on this school year, and so we were able to provide targeted support. So we obtained those 151 points, just really trying to provide those multi-tier systems of support to all students. And so I'm confident that now knowing exactly who those students are, we're more intentional and strategic in the way that we're supporting those students with targeted interventions. And so we should see an increase in our bottom quartile points.
And Ms. Valley, since you're our only rep here tonight, let me ask you a question. Without going into personal stuff, what do you see as maybe your top 3 barriers for students not coming to school or not being there consistently?
Transportation and housing. they are couch hopping. North Little Rock Housing are not giving them accurate timelines for when things will be ready. And so we have families at Compassion House. We have families at the Dorcas House, our house, and they're still somehow getting their students to school. I had a mom who told me this week, I've got to check my kid out because we've got to go to the Compassion House. All of their belongings were in the trunk of a car, and they were at school the next day. Now, I did tell her, I said, I can't guarantee you transportation because of the turnaround. And she said, yes, ma'am. And I came to work, and her kids were there. I don't know if they were there today, but it's housing, it's transportation, it's not necessarily food insecurity. It's really the things that we can't really help them with other than giving them the resources of other, community folks that might have the money to help them. Now, I did give her a load of food in that back of that truck to make sure they had canned things that they could pop because I didn't know if they had a microwave. But for her to show up the next day was like, whoa. So those are the things that those are mainly the two top things that keep kids from schools.
When you say transportation, is that going into because they are couch hopping?
Right.
And
we
okay,
can't guarantee
so
an
they're
address.
not necessarily like on our bus route,
Correct.
so to speak.
And
Okay,
we
gotcha.
can't, with the McKinney veto, we need a solid address to know where to pick them up.
Right.
Ms.
What
Val-
it, I'm sorry.
No,
I just had a
while you're here.
thought. What if we had for certain campuses and for certain students, what if we had like a pickup and a drop-off location? That like maybe
Almost like a hub, if you will.
Yeah,
Like if you drop them off
I
at a
mean,
church.
and that's not something that I think that just it could be something to turn around for next month maybe, but that may be something to look at in the future.
Yeah, they're actually working on it. They're the Ms. Robertson and the wraparound service specialist are going to bring. They want to update you on the plan that they're working on with the bottom quartile of students and families to address this, and the strategies that they're working on to be able to implement right now to be able to reach these students and their families. And the reason I just want to speak up because it's one of my favorite stories. Can you explain to the board and the public when you learned about a parent that was just about ready to get there in December? We had a cold snap.
Right.
They were about ready to have their electric turned. Can you tell everybody this story?
Yeah, I received a text message from a parent asking if there's any way that I could help pay her light bill. The bill was $748. I immediately knew I didn't have it, and so I reached out to the RAPs. I said, hey, does anyone have any resources? Obviously, we use our socials, we use the community, and within not even 30 minutes, I received $400, which was the amount that she needed to get it cut back on. So they gave it to me. I ran downtown to pay it, and they use a kiosk, and I've never paid North Little Rock bills. What if I didn't have what I needed, but I did? And so it's just kind of hard for folks to pay their bills. So they used the kiosk. We paid the shut-off notice. I texted her. I showed the receipt, and the donor did not want to be praised, didn't want anything,
Accolades or anything,
nothing.
right.
Just said, do what you need to do. And so they sent $500, and I told the donor that it was actually for something, and she said, do with it what you need. Well, in our RAP group, another RAP, Renee, needed maybe the remainder of the balance. We sent it over to her to help pay a bill over at Glenview. So that's kind of.
And how many students did that family was in that family that went to Boone Park?
Just one, but she's a very strong advocate for that community.
And just by what you've done, probably saved that family, but that child to make sure that they weren't being displaced, and probably if they were displaced, they weren't going to come to school.
Right, and it
And
was
you
Christmas
really prevented
time.
that from happening.
Right. It was cool to see. It was really good to watch walk out. I'm thankful for everyone who donates. Continue to donate to the North Little Rock School District. We appreciate you.
I love it. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job.
You, Mr. Rogers, Dr. Rogers, give us some help.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Sure will. Absolutely. At this time, I ask Dr. St. Louis to join me here, principal of North Little Rock High School and serving as the principal also of COE. So her time may be extended beyond 6 minutes only because she's covering 2 schools in this data presentation.
So she gets 12 minutes then.
Up to.
I won't need 12 minutes. Maybe 6 and a half. Can make that a little condensed.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Maybe go to 8.
Yeah, she will condense it. Dr. St. Louis, first of all, Dr. St. Louis, tell them about what's going on at the high school tonight, which I'm sure is the reason why none of the APs are here with you, and then go into your presentation. Quick, high-level summary. Thank you.
Yes, well, first of all, good evening and happy School Board Appreciation Month. So tonight we had our annual showcase night. We host that every year as we get ready for scheduling, and we had a lot of parents come to our school tonight from the middle school and the high school campus. We highlighted our SOAR Academy, all of our pathways, our early college opportunity for our students that we're super excited about. So we just had a huge turnout in our campus this evening, just celebrating some positivity as well as being named honor roll for College Board. That was huge for us for the high school, so
Awesome.
a lot to celebrate.
Good deal.
Thank you. Yes, begin, please.
All right. Well, good evening, school board. I'm Dr. St. Louis, building principal for North Little Rock High School and the Center of Excellence. And so just a few things I want to share with you all this evening. This first slide is about our data from this previous school year. I do want to highlight for the high school and COE. For the high school, our biggest area of growth was our growth of our lowest quartile. That's where we actually had the most points, but for high school, we do not get 300 points. We only get 100 for that. And so it's not fair to us because of the way our report card is, but that is where we had the most positivity for the high school. And so you don't see on here where graduation and readiness is included in some of our data points, but just remember when we talk about those 900 points, high school does have graduation and readiness as well. And so those are some other areas that we have to include. This is the data for the Center of Excellence, and for both the high school and COE, math and science are areas that we definitely want to grow in. ELA is more of a strong area for both campuses. This next slide just kind of shows some projected outcomes that we hope to see this year. And I would say for the high school, we're aiming towards 386 for our points. We do want to get to a C. That's about 60 points that we need at North Little Rock High School. And for the Center of Excellence we would like to aim for 400 points. That's still a C, but a higher C. And so to get to a C for the COE, we only need about 2.5 points, but we want to aim higher for the Center of Excellence. So we want to continue to have some positive outcomes. In our data for our bottom 25%, this is high school and COE. And the reason why I included both schools together is because they plan together in their PLCs. And so when they're looking at our bottom 25%, we are all in the work together when it comes to moving both schools. And so you can see ours is less about grade level and more about the content. So you can see the bottom 25% in all ELA, 9 and 10, algebra, biology, and geometry. So the data here, this was actually pulled by our network and my network instructional specialists, and shout out to them. They do a great job. We found this report in the Atlas portal where you can look at, so at the bottom you can see the lowest quartile. That was from last year. So 100% of our students in the bottom quartile. So our bottom quartile, 25% of our bottom quartile, 100% in that red category. If you go to the top part, you can see where those same 25% students have grown during the interim. So instead of 100% of them in that bottom 25, now it's 93%, and it's kind of spread out. So yes, we have work to do, but we're seeing growth. They're no longer all of our students who are in the bottom 25% are still there. We're seeing where they're now levels 2, 3s, and 4s, and they're not all just in that level 1. And so this is for Algebra 1 data. The next slide is for biology. Now, the hard part for biology is we have to go from 8th grade science to biology. So they do not have a test their 9th grade year, but you can still see here where we started off with 100% of our students in bottom 25%, where for biology, but we went to 69%. So we're seeing that growth where now we have 27% are now level 2 and 4% are level 3. So those kids are moving out of that bottom 25%. Here is for our ELA 9. So now we've moved to having 89% are in level 1, and then we've got 10 and 1% instead of all of them being in that bottom 25. So this is really good data for us to see that our bottom 25% students are moving, and that's just our first interim. So when we have that second interim, we're really excited to look at that. So for our attendance, one of the things that we've noticed at the high school is our bottom 25% kids, there are students who, they come to school. We do have some of our students that struggle. Their grades might not be great, but one of the things is motivating high school students. So it's less about sometimes do they know the content and more about do I really want to try on this test. And so sometimes that's a huge barrier for us, because if you look at our data, these are students who are coming to school. They are not chronically absent. The next couple of slides, you can see our enrollment. But here you can see that our students are passing their classes. You know, we only had 22 students who failed 4 more classes. Like, majority of our kids in our bottom 25%, they didn't fail any classes. They're doing well in school. And so we're trying to find ways to keep them motivated when it comes to doing the Atlas assessment. Like, hey, you're already having to come and learn the content. Why not show up and do your best for the assessment? We're seeing more of that this year when we did goal setting for all of our students. We're really strong in our flex time in terms of pulling our students, and they're like, I don't want to get pulled. So we're like, well, you try a little bit better. So that's really helping us see a lot more movement. These next few slides just show our data from the fall interim to from the summative to the fall interim. We've seen the most growth with our ELA and biology. Math is still an area of struggle for our campus, and our teachers are working hard to improve that, and we're really trying to help the math mindset of our students. But that's an area of growth for both the high school and the COE. So I don't want to spend too much time on there, but I do want to brag on our biology teachers. They've worked extremely hard, and that's where we've seen the most growth with Dr. Carmichael working with our teachers and our data walls and everything like that. And so I want to shout them out. In terms of some of the things that we're doing for our students in the bottom 25%, we do have Success Maker and Delta Math. So we use Delta Math for geometry. We use Success Maker for Algebra 1, and students do that during their flex time. We have small group interventions that we pull. So we pull math on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we pull ELA and biology on Wednesdays and Fridays. And so we do that during our flex time. We have kind of after school tutoring. We have teachers who are doing tutoring on their own, where they're having students stay after school. Tutoring's been difficult for us at the high school just because we're not getting the turnout for students, and so we've really spent a lot more of our time with tutoring during our flex time. But we do have our teachers doing tutoring in twilight school for our students who need that extra support. We are differentiating instruction in the classroom with tier 2 and small groups within classrooms. I've been seeing a lot more teachers pulling students in those small groups because of our 80-minute block time. And then we have flex tutoring that's available for all of our students 2 to 3 days a week. Here is just some of the supports that we're using. We have data walls. We're looking at our attendance. We have intervention groups. Our intervention teams are looking at data. We have dashboards and data walls for all of our PLCs. And I put 30 walkthroughs, and that's per teacher of our Atlas teachers. And so, like, we've been in their classrooms quite a bit, and not all of it's in a key lever. We have a observation log, and that's where we can collect the best data. But between site visits, our NISs go into classrooms, walkthroughs, and the key levers, each one of our Atlas teachers, they've probably seen at least 30 times someone's been in their classroom. And so that's not a comprehensive number that you all can see, but we have been in their classrooms quite a bit this semester, that last semester and this semester. And then this is our theory of action for both the high school and COE. I know that was kind of fast, but I just wanted to be able to answer questions. And
yeah, you did good. You did good. The buzzer didn't go off, so you did good.
Yeah, I was looking.
Any questions on my left?
Yes. Has the parents been communicated to regarding the narrative of that Atlas test being part of their final grade? I saw on social media there's been quite the buzz regarding that conversation.
So there is communication that it is not part of their grade that went out.
That went out today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good. Thank
Yes.
you.
Now that is something that hopefully in the future we would like to see, but we, we did tell parents that that would not be part of their grade this year.
Okay. Again, social media, I got quite a few phone calls regarding that, and a parent yesterday reached out to me stating that she still had not received communication. And
Yes.
so I want to ensure that that communication's been.
That went out today.
Thank you.
Dr. St. Louis, is the academy still a part of you all?
They are, the ALE.
Okay, and when you are doing these, so their grades, whatever they're doing at that school also has a reflection on
It does.
your school?
Same thing with the middle school.
Okay.
In virtual school.
Yes. So virtual,
Virtual
impacts grades 6 through 12 in our data,
Right.
the LEAs.
I was wondering if they changed, because I always knew they never had their own number. And with you combining both of that school and the high school, and that makes a difference too.
It does.
In your tallying of, your grades and where you can get to A, D, or F, because you need to be supportive at all areas and at both schools. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I do have an administrator who is a liaison between virtual and someone who's a liaison with the academy. And I invite the NIS to the high school every other Friday to work with us to make sure we're aligning our practices. And I make sure anything we're doing at the high school, those are resources I share with Mr. Williams to make sure that those students are also getting some of the same things that we're doing at the high school, because they do reflect our data. So they're still my students, and I'm still going to look out for them to make sure they're getting the support that they need.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh gosh, I just lost my train of thought. You said something a few minutes ago about making sure that when you do pull students, about letting them know that it's important that they do well on this, because it reflects on them. So I think that may be a good point to hone in on, and retail, and that picking all C's does not work, and any meeny miny mo does not work, and every other two is marking C does not work. Like, you have to really spend some time on these tests, and it's not cute to sit there and do that, because it reflects in a negative way, not only on themselves, but on the district.
Yeah.
So I think that may be a good point to hone in on, and tail and retail, because I know that.
Yeah, and the students just need exposure to those types of rigorous questions,
Right.
because they'll see it and be like, this is a lot. And they will immediately be like,
Shut down, right.
They want to shut down. It's a lot of words. It's a lot of, fill in the blanks. And it's like, so the more that we're exposing them to that rigor and those type of questions is really helping them. And I'm really seeing the teachers get into the data, and they're talking about those students, and they're like, hey guys, we've got to push this. And so what I saw in our English 9 PLC the other day is they talked about students in their small group when they were not making progress, pulling those Atlas type of questions to have them go through in their small group so they can continue to see that. But that's one of the biggest areas we see our students struggle, is like, this is too much. And we're like, you've got to press past that. And that's really a test-taking strategy. Like, the content. You just have to stop and read and make sure, so the exposure is really important for our students.
So when you say that, do we have something in place at the high school where we're able to maybe practice test-taking skills or standardized test-taking skills?
So we purchased peer assessment, which used to be Edulastic, and that's really helping. So we use Atlas Portal. Savis has some options in there along with our peer assessment. So peer assessment, we can mimic Cambia, which is the platform they use to take the Atlas.
Okay.
And so they have that option there to get that practice, whether it's a bell ringer, exit ticket, a quiz, or an assessment. So they are constantly being exposed to those questions, and we're looking at that data to see where students are or are not making progress in terms of those standards. So that is happening across the board.
And with Atlas, this is my last question, I promise. And with Atlas, can they take those practice tests as many times as they want, or is it only certain amount of practice tests
There's
you can
not
take?
as much practice problems that we would like to have at this point.
Okay.
There, it just depends on the standard. But the teachers can upload questions into like peer assessments so those students can see that. But we kind of have to get creative sometimes. But I will say they have the exposure. I don't want to say they have all these practice tests, but they have the exposure to the type of questions based on the standard.
So there's not like a practice test in there to say, okay, this is what your Atlas, it may not be the same questions, but this is what your Atlas test looks like.
That's what the interims do. The interims are going to be tests where they're going to see those kind of questions.
But they just take that one time.
They take them twice.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm just curious how the reward store is going, and has it been helpful?
Yeah, if students get their Minga points, yes. So that's their PBIS, and we use a Minga platform for them to receive that, and that does, so that students, we want to reward them for like being on time, participating in class when they're doing well. So for the winter interim, we asked the students what they wanted for their incentive. We asked if they wanted PBIS points, and they said they wanted food trucks, so they don't really care about PBIS points. So,
okay.
But it does help our students who get their points, and they like going up there and getting it, able to shop for free. It's been nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving right along, network switch, RFP. Quick overview.
Yeah, Mr. Riddle's just going to jump in and jump out here for a second. Welcome, Mr. Riddle.
Good evening, Madam President, Board members, Dr. P. I will be 5 minutes or less. Either that or Colonel Sanger will probably throw my phone in the back of my head. So I'm here tonight to talk about our network switch RFP, new E-rate pool open for us this past fall. Every 5 years we get a pot of money from the federal government to pay for hardware replacements that we need in the district. This time around we're replacing our network switches. So a lot of our switches are more than 7 years old. When I made this, we went back and looked, most of them are actually 10 plus years old. They were last sold by HP in 2012, 2013. We've gotten our money's worth out of them. It's time to replace them. We're not seeing critical failures with them yet, but for an analogy, if it was a tree, it's definitely fall and the leaves are starting to fall off the tree. So we don't want to get to winter where there's no leaves left on the tree.
Right.
With this, we're paying 15 cents on the dollar for this equipment where it is E-rate eligible. And we only have a few buildings that are not E-rate eligible. That's admin, student services, safety services. Old Main are exempt from E-rate pricing. Reason Old Main is because it's not an LEA number right now. Same with Highway 161, things like that. All these new switches will be manageable in our system we have now with our newer equipment, but this will just let them all be in there so we can manage them remotely. And this is replacing switches at every site, including the middle school. What we plan on doing for that is put the new equipment there now as it is, and as the building is ready to come online, we're going to hang on to the old equipment and put it back into the middle school, so we're going to be doing double work, but then moving that new equipment to the new middle school to bring it up online. That way we can technically have both sides at the same time, no downtime. We're going to stick with Aruba. We're familiar with them. They're reliable. They're very cost effective. They have a lifetime warranty on the parts, and they have honored that, even for nearly 15-year-old equipment. Now we're talking about the middle school there. Costs. So cost for E-rate is $1.6 million. With our E-rate discount for E-rate eligibility, it's $245,000. For non-E-rate buildings, $115,000. So total cost for us is $361,000 and some change. That's all I have. It's quick.
Any questions on my right?
When you mention a switch, what like?
As in the words of
I know
Colonel
that
Sanger-
might be a little, but I'm thinking light switch. What?
It is.
It's not that.
Or
it's the old lady with the switchboard and moving around like the old telecoms. They pull one out and put one in a different one.
Uh-huh.
That's basically what a switch is. It just takes the data from one point So say I'm on a Chromebook at the high school. It knows to take my request, go through our network and send it to, say I'm going to a Google Classroom. It knows where to send it.
Okay.
It knows which port to send it down.
Why was North Rock High School exempt?
Old Main is for when that is brought back online.
Okay.
Currently, it's not an LEA number. At this time, there is no reason for us to purchase equipment for a building that doesn't exist in our network yet. And it wouldn't be E-rate eligible as it is right now. So it will be something we'll have to assess when we get to that road, which most likely we'll have to purchase some more equipment then for it, but we'll have to reassess when we get there for Old Main. But we've thought about it, and we asked, and we were told you can't buy equipment for a building that doesn't exist. I went, okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions on my left? Great report. Thank you. Are there any construction updates?
Anything you want to add, Colonel? Less than 5 minutes. As
Madam President,
come
board
up,
members.
Mr.
Come on
Washington.
up,
You're
come
going to
on.
be
You can
you'll
go
be
ahead.
next on the facility.
Your
Yeah,
5
it's
minutes
on
to be right after him.
Scott Stenger, Chief of Staff Superintendent. Yeah, we do have some construction updates. Just a few right now. We are in the middle of what I call kind of regulatory era. There's 5 regulators that regulate all construction for any school district that we have to go through. 2 have already been complete, which is State Fire Marshal and the State Department of Health. I think we will have by tomorrow the okay from the City of North Little Rock, so that's another one. And then the Arkansas Department of Education, they review all plans for any kind of money that they provide for any school. They have that now, and that is what's preventing us from putting out bids. We don't want to bid something out only for something to have to change. However, there is a new requirement this year that any school district or any school that builds anything with ADE money, now you get the ABA involved, the Arkansas Building Authority. That has not happened before, but it has happened now. There was a law change, so here we are. So when the ADE gets done with it, they pass it down to ABA, and we've already front-loaded them, so hopefully that will go quicker. We did have our first budget line money savings, so we had to do the undercut to move the dirt out to start getting ready to build vertical so the foundation would be firm. That came in $360,000 less than anticipated. So we took that money and we shifted it over to removing the median and doing some of the parking lot work on the east parking lot, the Texas Roadhouse side parking lot. And so if you kind of think as that goes backwards and that extra money hopefully piles up, that will help with contingency funding at the end. Because when it comes to contingency funding, the project we are most concerned about is Old Main. I mean, we think we know what's in there. We've done the 3D scans, but you don't know until you know. So, but the contractors are very cost conscious, and so was our owner rep. And so it was good that we got the first savings and we could shift it to another budget line. Any questions? That's all I've got.
Any questions on my left? Any questions on my right?
When you say parking lot on the Texas, in my head, I'm trying to map it out. But when you say parking lot, is this to make sure that once we start the construction, the parking lot is like stable enough where it won't like crumble under the construction pressure? What do you mean by
No, ma'am. So we're gonna with the plan on the main entrance to the middle school campus, 7th, 8th, and
Okay.
6th, will now be shifted from where it is now to the east side. It'll
Okay.
be one entrance. So if you would essentially, if you're a kid, you'd go in and you make a right or you make a left,
Mhm.
depending on 6th, 7th, or 8th,
Mhm.
in which building you're going to. So all that parking lot's got to be redone. So to start that process, the median has to be moved out, some storm drains have to be put in and that kind of stuff, and we're going to do that with the savings that we just incurred.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Williams, did you have a question?
No, I was wondering, did this, excuse me.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask, this sheet we're signing, there's a,
No, ma'am. It's going to be for the master plan that Mr. Washington is going to present. It has to be approved by the board, and then it's got to be documented. Then it's got to go to ADE by February the 1st.
And that's the once a year thing we do?
It's the
Yes,
once a
ma'am.
year.
Yeah, that's not construction related.
It's the once a year
Yeah.
plan update that we have to. Correct. Yep. Anything else for Colonel Steiner?
Did you have a
Mr.
question?
Taylor? Did you? Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Colonel. Mr. Washington?
You're up.
My apologies for that. I thought I was next.
It's okay.
That's all right.
Good evening, Madam President, honorable members of the school board, and Dr. Paluski. My brief will be just under 30 minutes, approximately 25 minutes under 30 minutes.
You see, I look like, wait a minute. I was like, oh.
6 minutes.
Say what?
They're listening to you, Mr. Washington. You're
Right.
on the clock. Let's roll.
Every hallway, classroom, and campus tells our students what we believe they deserve, and this 5-year plan is our commitment to giving them safe, reliable, and an inspiring place to learn. So I want to start off with the heavy hitter, HVAC systems. So when I put in division estimated totals, the division has their standard of what things cost. What's important is the full system replacements that are required that we're going to receive with partnership support, that division estimated support, because of where we are in our school district, they cover 72% of that cost.
Significant.
So we get the other part plus whatever the estimated total is what we will have to pay. That is during the year cycle between 27 and 29 where that's the time frame we're applying for those full replacements. The partial system replacements will begin as soon as we have the funding. And so I just wanted to highlight that. What's important to know that we base this off of where we get the most work orders and just kind of using that and just the condition of each system. Again, over the next 5 years, the priorities can change. Main things I wanted to highlight is like some of the things that I've had a chance to look at that we really need to address over the next 5 years. For instance, the canopies at, let's say, for the high school. They drop students off in the front. If it's raining, there's nowhere for cover. And there's several locations throughout the district that are like that. So I want to address that.
Same in a bus loop too.
And, you know, Ms. Williams brought up the parking lot in the academy. It is very dark, and that is something, but also other schools. Last year, we replaced the student parking lot with LED lights and the teacher parking lot. So like this is something that hasn't been done probably since these schools were put together or built. And so I want to address that as well. The high school football entrance. And so the thing that's important is, as you read the narrative, we know we're getting sports facility, we've got the middle school coming, and we've got Old Main. We will not be able to properly maintain these school districts without fortifying our maintenance shop with more personnel. You know, we're going to hopefully be able to get 2 HVAC personnel each year, which is until, you know, once we get the final building complete. So we're looking at 26, 27, 28, then 29, the sports facility should be completed. Whichever one is the last one, we want to have that team's field. But outside of that, you know, this plan allows me to be proactive instead of what we've been as reactive in this district.
Absolutely.
Pending any questions?
The 70% discount you were talking about.
It's not a discount. It's they pay.
Okay, the 70% pay, is that 70% of what you're saying up there, or have you already taken that off?
So that's, yeah, it's 72% of what they estimate the replacement is going to cost.
And if that's what they estimate,
It's
cost
gonna
right
cost,
there.
yes.
So 72
Percent of the 2.6 million for Amboy.
Okay.
They're gonna cover, and everything else up into that 3.1 million that it's gonna cost is gonna be on the district.
And what do we have to do to get that?
I have to fill out the state partnership plan. There's a state partnership application that is due March 1st, and I have to get all of this put in, and that's how we do it.
Can I help you?
I think I got it. I got it.
Sure?
Yes. We've got.
I would like to help.
So this is part of the warm, safe, and dry, and I will say prior to Colonel Stanger and Mr. Washington, we've not applied for this in the past. We've missed out on money. And so I appreciate their due diligence because that's a significant amount of savings to our school district.
And I've got Mr. Darrell Testman, who's been walking me through it, a great asset to this district.
Yes.
Well, I could buy you lunch.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Okay. Anybody else on this
How
side?
about hiring? You say you need to hire 2 people every 2 years?
For every year for the HVAC. So like, case in point, the high school is probably gonna need a 3-person team once the old main is up, once the sports facility is up, to just maintain all of that bandwidth of HVAC systems. Yes, sir.
Probably cheaper than Middleton, what you think?
That's the goal. That's the goal. Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the goal.
That's the goal.
Reason I'm saying that, when we look at the millions of dollars we have paid Middleton for things,
Right.
you know,
The-
continuously.
Yes, the hope is if we have more people, then we can do more preventative maintenance. Right now, we're not. I've only got 3-person team, and of that 3-person team, my Dane Carver he's supposed to just be doing automated, just to kind of make sure the systems are working properly. So, you know, when he's having to get out in the field, it prevents him from doing what he's there for. And so, you know, having him as an asset, but if we're able to do preventative maintenance, that will cut down greatly on the amount of money we outsource for. So we're putting together a plan to kind of show you exactly what that looks like, and we can say, hey, if we do X, we'll save X. So we're in the process of getting that sorted out for the board.
Any other questions?
I saw in here on your itemized task list as far as the high school window tinting. Now, I'm thinking that you're meaning that facing the field, that big in the cafeteria window.
Yeah, that'll be this summer.
Okay, so I have a small request.
Yes, ma'am.
Ask to put on your list to also include elementary schools, and then like once we.
That's already. You want to talk about?
Are you referring to the cafeterias or just the schools in general?
No, not just random picking windows. Just like just by looking at which ones have like that sun like sitting in
Right. Yeah, we will do that assessment. Like the thing about this, all of these projects are subject to change, and as I discover needs, I'll address it, and we'll let those be identified, and we'll let you all know.
So since you brought that up, Mr. Washington, we have tinted when you had a whole schedule. I think you sent it out to the board. You want to just give them a quick rundown of which schools? We had some over winter break, some they're scheduled.
Cool.
Yes.
Yep.
So
that was in a
we've
text,
been able
I
to
think.
get Glenview, Lakewood, Amboy. We're also working on, like, all of the schools that have the, I guess the cookie cutter schools that have the cafeteria that just sun exposure every single time. They've been addressed, and it should be this upcoming week. They won't be able to work, but it should be the second week of February when all of those schools are completed.
I like that. Thank you so much, and that way we don't have
Thank
to
you
sit
for
in there
the
with our sunglasses on.
I
and
feel it every time. I'm like, I know the board is
and
letting
back
me have
burning.
it. Letting
Got
me
it.
have
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you for completing the fence at Glenview.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
took forever.
I know.
Ever.
I know.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your report. We are down to action items. The first one is 12.1, 2026-2027 District Calendar Proposal.
So, Madam President, members of our Board of Education, the superintendent recommends the following calendar for 26-27. We've received multiple feedback and questions from LPPC and CPPC, and I do appreciate met specifically with Ms. Stumpenhouse. We've had back and forth. They had some great ideas, some things that we needed to adjust. The biggest thing that you're going to see on this are the days before school starts. So I just want to be clear. There are 4 district days, and as Ms. Stumpenhouse was talking about, the work that Dr. Stoll is doing with her team in collaboration with our teachers as well as our superintendent's teacher advisory. So there's 4 district days, and then there'll be 4 days school-based as well. And that is just to provide, and we've, in the past, when you think about implementation of anything, you got to have the right amount of training ahead of time to be able to do that. We also heard from our principals, a couple days back in their building wasn't enough. They wanted time, and we want to give teachers time to digest this information, plan with their colleagues, have some individual planning before they implement. And then adding some day-to-days, and we shift some things around. So I think we're at a point, both of them have approved it, so just looking to approve from our Board of Education.
Madam President.
Yes, ma'am.
I so move that we accept the proposal for the calendar 26-27.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second that we approve the 2026-2027 district calendar that's been proposed. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's adopted. 12.2 Network Switch Refresh E-Rate RFP that we've just
Yep,
heard
superintendent
about.
recommends as just presented.
Madam President.
Yes, ma'am.
I so move that we accept the purchase of network switches via the FCC E-Rate program to replace our aging network infrastructure.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second that we approve the Network Switch Refresh E-Rate RFP that was presented. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's passed. We're down to 2025 annual board member training hours.
Madam President, this is every year that we do this, so I'm recommending the information memo that clarifies all of the professional development required by each school board member, which is listed there before all of you.
Madam President.
Yes, ma'am.
I so move that we accept the training hours for each school board member.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second that we approve the 2025, or accept the 2025 annual board member training hours. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes.
Madam President.
Yes.
I so move that we accept the board meeting minutes from December 18th, January 8th, and January 15th.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second that we approve the previous board meeting minutes as listed. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Facilities master plan.
Madam President.
Yes, ma'am.
I so move that we accept the North Little Rock School District 5-year plan.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we approve the facilities master plan. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda.
Madam President, I so move that we accept the consent agenda.
Second.
It has been properly moved that we accept the full consent agenda, which consists of 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, 13.4, 13.5, 13.6, and 13.7. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Executive closed session. Executive closed session per North Florida School District Policy 1.14A stating that private or closed discussions by the board may occur as part of a regular or special board meeting. Executive sessions may be held only for the purpose of considering employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of an employee, or to discuss matters of pupil punishment, if requested by the parent or legal guardian. No resolution, agreement, or motion considered in the executive session should be legally binding unless the board reconvenes in public session and presents the item for vote of the membership. Finally, Arkansas Code Title 25, Chapter 19, Section 1062C1 states, the specific purpose of the executive session shall be announced in public before going into executive session. Please join me in the executive closed session for discussing the following: employment, appointment, promotions, demotions, disciplining, or resignation of an employee. We are back in session.
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I so move that we accept the employment of personnel.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we accept the employment of personnel. Being that it is employment of personnel, there can be no discussion, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Are there any, if y'all don't mind, can we do the acknowledgements at the next meeting? Because I want to make sure that I give my shout out to the babies, and I'm sure that they ain't listening right now.
Okay.
So therefore, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we adjourn. Any discussion?